Good evening. Good evening. Am I audible? Am I visible? Yes, sir. Very good. Okay. Yeah, I am visible. I have a preview there. I am visible. Yes. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good to see you after very long time. Some of you very, very long time. You were in our first class. Yes, I was in your first class. Do you remember my name? Sir, really missed your timelines. Well, Shruti, totally different cup of tea. Abhishek, sir, very good. Sahil remembers everything. Very good. Okay. Uh, so yeah, it's a totally different cup of tea that way, but we'll talk about it. Stuti, you're saying for the first time. Good afternoon. Not good afternoon. Good evening. Don't confuse me. Good evening. Very, very good evening. Good to see you all. Well, Vaishnav, very great. Snellata, thank you for that. It will be interesting like Indian history. It's actually more interesting than Indian history, but the problem here is that you are a little bit unfamiliar to the whole concept. I'll tell you that. Well, Tina, nothing better. Anjana, I'm extremely good. I hope all of you are equally good. Good evening. We'll give it 2-3 minutes and then we'll see how many students do join in and then we'll understand how to go about it. I have to introduce the whole concept to you. Over and above that, we have to see what we have to cover. If you've already done international relations, I think you have done international relations with Chetan sir. Yes, sir. So in a way, you already know the story from 1991 onwards. I have to bring the story from 18th century to 1991. So it's the other way around because you already know what is Cold War. For example, he would have introduced the concept of Cold War politics to you, and he would have introduced the concept of the troubled relationship of Russia with the West, and these concepts wherein I don't know if he's introduced Korea to you, Korean wars. If not, these are things which have a certain backstory, and we have to discuss that here. No, he's not discussed Korea, Afghanistan. Has he discussed Afghanistan? No, Korea war. We'll discuss Korea war. Afghanistan. Yes. Okay. So yes. So that's the point. You already know the story after the disintegration of USSR, and just before it, I have to tell you why USSR was USSR. So we'll discuss about it. Good evening. Good evening. Equally excited to see you all. And well, Kausar, thank you so much for that. So, first things first, good evening. Second, we start a journey of 10 classes today. But as you know, and you should know this, tomorrow is a holiday. Tuesday, that is tomorrow, you don't have a class. Neither will CNA happen because the Hindu newspaper will not be available tomorrow. So tomorrow it is truly your holiday. So I hope that you do enjoy your Ganesh Chaturthi because there's no CNA, no classes generally. So it's truly no content to consume tomorrow. So use it well, rest and rejuvenate that ways. And other than that, I'll be back again with you on Wednesday, same time. So just to point this out to you, tomorrow is a holiday. You don't have class. Now, we start a journey of 10 classes, which will get over after the birthday of Gandhiji himself on 3rd October. So we start today and we have exactly 10 classes to cover. Manjeet, I'll talk to you about that. Vedic Society, great. You were able to answer that question. Nothing better. We'll talk about it. Mains, prelims. This time UPSC used their standard googly. In a way, Siraj type bowling did UPSC did Siraj type bowling, and very simply, 3 wickets. if you have no idea of ancient and medieval, you would never be able to do it. So we'll talk about that also. uh BTLP, Anjana, is a totally different thing. I think the webinar is also not there. I would have to confirm that to you. I'll tell you that after the break. So don't worry about that. So some of the students did turn out to be Sri Lanka on Saturday when it came to the GSV paper one. We'll talk about it. I will discuss that with you. But the point is that when it comes to world history, when it comes to history itself, history is not one but six subjects. And there is a lot to play with regards to that. Now, first things first, a lot of you, no webinar, very good. As I said, no content to consume. Please tell me one thing very simply. Some of you I already know because I know your names. You've been interacting through email with me. Who is here for the first time? You've never seen me. You don't have any idea. Why am I saying good evening, good morning? Who am I? What am I? First class. Never seen me. Ambesh, Tuti, Gurjeet, Taran, Tanya. So there's a sizable portion of the people, not first time with world history, but with me. It's about not knowing me. Obviously, you are there. Chetan says webinar on Wednesday. Very good. Okay. So you don't know who I am. So very good. Perfect. So that makes my task easier in a way. I can sanitize my image that way. Okay. So for the people who are here for the first time, firstly, welcome. And you will get an overdose of me over the period of the next 1 year. So I am Abhishek Mishra, and I teach history here. So when it comes to ancient, medieval, art and culture, world history, post-independence, modern India, all six components I teach. However, in modern India, there's a sharing between me and Rohit sir. So Rohit sir's, I think, morning batch is going on. Next two batches is with me when it comes to modern India. Some of you have already interacted with me previously in modern India, which was a starting batch, morning and evening. Now, very simply, why am I teaching you world history? That's a very, very important question, because you should know what gives me the authority or what gives me the expertise to be here and actually teach you world history, or for example, ancient or medieval or art and culture, and who am I? So my story goes back at least a decade that ways. So I've done my schooling from DPS Vasant Kunj. I'm a Delhiite that ways. And I was actually PCM with economics, physics, chemistry, mathematics with economics. And then I shifted to history in my BA honors when I did it from Sri Venkateshwara College. So I've done my BA honors in history from Sri Venkateshwara College. Then I topped Delhi University as the topper of the university itself. I went into St. Stephen's. I've done my master's from St. Stephen's College. And again, I was university topper of my master's. And thereafter, I did my MPhil. MPhil in history from Department of History, Delhi University itself. I'm all through Delhi University that ways. And my MPhil was actually on Portuguese history and British history in a comparative perspective. I'm a specialist of Portuguese history generally. I know Portuguese language also. And thereafter, as of right now, I'm doing my PhD in history. And it's been close to 10 to 12 years of doing history since 2010, 2009 itself. And therefore, as of right now, I'm working on what is called the concept of colonial bureaucratic apparatus, which is ICS, and nationalism. How did nationalism, in a way, affect the concept of the ICS, or what we call as Indian Foreign Service or Indian Political Service, as it was called? And in between all of this, since my age 25, 26, I was one of the youngest assistant professors in Delhi University generally. And I was teaching for 6 to 7 years as an assistant professor in Delhi University. You may be of those colleges. The last college I taught was in Hindu College. Before that in LSR. Before that in College of Vocational Studies, SGTB Khalsa, and Satyavati, and 3-4 different colleges in that regard. And then I think 2021, 22, I joined Byju's so as to make your lives easier when it comes to history. So I have been doing history for close to 10 to 15 years now. And very simply, throughout that assistant professor journey, I did mentor a lot of students for UPSC. and also what is called UGC NET. If you know what it is, it's called an assistant professor examination. If you clear that, you can teach as an assistant professor. So for the past 10 to 15 years, I've been doing this. And very soon I'll give you a good news also, which is a book on history is coming out by the end of September. By the first week of October, I'll share a link with you also. The official launch of that book is there. That's a UGC NET book. However, it has been written from a UPSC perspective also. So you'll have one book for ancient, medieval, and modern in one place itself. Everything in one place. We'll talk about that when that is out. I'll show you the cover if you are interested in the next 2-3 classes. The simple point is, don't worry, you are in the right hands. The point is, throughout our BA honors or our masters, I've been doing world history. I'm a specialist of American, European, and Japanese and Chinese history. So don't worry about that. So very simply, this is me. So you don't need to worry what information I am giving you is correct or incorrect. It may be contradictory to what is given in standard books. That will be the case. But I will tell you the logic why it has been given in a certain way in a certain book. So today, previously, if you've seen me, welcome back. If you are starting with me, 3 basic rules in my class. Very straightforward 3 basic rules. First rule, there is no wrong or right question. You have the right to ask a question, you ask it. If it's relevant to the discussion we are having, surely I will take it. I don't mind repeating myself. So you can ask me to repeat something, totally fine. Second is, in the same class itself, we revise and learn. If you've been through my CNA, that is the standard process in which we do it, which is that I will first give you the basic understanding, then I will show you the PPT, and then I will give you a summary. So that ways, in the class itself, we are learning and revising so that these 3.5 hours become very, very fruitful for you in that. Third and the last most important rule, which I expect you to follow, from time to time, I will ask you to tell me, does it make sense? Does it you have an idea about it? Or can I go forward or not? You can write yes, you want to give a thumbs up. That is totally your swagger and call. That the point is, I want your assertion that are we clear with regards to what we are doing? Because in history, there's a cascading effect. You don't understand one point, and thereafter everything starts to become problematic. So we will go step by step. I'll keep on asking you if it is making sense to you. If it is, then we'll keep on moving forward. So don't worry about it. The book, don't worry, Akanksha. It's not related to Byju's. It's me and you. I'll tell you when the book will be available. I will give you the link. You would have to buy it yourself. That's not related to this institution, but it's between you and me. So that's our secret in that way. Okay. Is the PPT enough to see? I'm coming to that. These are very fundamental questions you're asking me. First rules. Can I now introduce world history to you, and can we move forward? Come on. Yes? Great. Perfect. Now comes the first part of our discussion. The first part of discussion is, what is history for UPSC? See, you have ancient, you have medieval, you have modern, you have art and culture, you have post-independence, and you have world history. These are basically the six components which together, very simply, I'll tell you the books, Prem, don't worry. Listen to me. Learn to listen to me, because a lot of you have a very big issue. Don't make it into a radio show. I'm never asking, I will actually never ask you to make notes in class. Concentrate towards me, concentrate towards the screen, listen to me. Everything will be told to you. I know $1 million question is what to read. I'll tell you. Now, there are 6 components in history generally: ancient, medieval, modern, art and culture, post-independence, world history. Now, till Saturday, 16th of September, these 2 were prelims oriented. These 2 are prelims plus mains, and these two are only mains. Now there's a asterisk here because since the GS paper which has come this year 2023, now there is a question mark about this. Now ancient medieval, generally you will get 5 to 6 questions, can go up till 10, 5 to 10 questions in the examination prelims for sure. In 2022, it was an anomaly year. Two difficult questions came. That was actually just playing with the students. 2023 was more representative. Very easy, straightforward questions came out of the PPT itself. Whoever had actually been in the class, paid attention, they got it. Modern art and culture is a little bit more tricky because here prelims and mains both come. This time modern had 3 questions. Ideally, 3 questions should have been there from art and culture. But this time they played a game with the student, which I will what it was. However, as of right now, UPSC has not played with the concept that post-independence and world history only come in mains. One question post-independence, one question world history. A question related to world history did come, but it was masked by a little bit of a bigger concept itself, which I will tell you. The railways question which came this year was actually a world history question related to the industrial revolution. But if you were with me in modern India, if you remember, I give 2 articles written by me to you, one on the police and the other one on railways. Yes, if you would have read the railways article which I shared with you, you would have easily be able to answer it by mixing world history plus that article, and automatically the answer would have been manageable that way. Now when it comes to the questions which came from GS paper 1, which is ancient and medieval, now students did email me that how can it be that UPSC gave a question from ancient and medieval in GS paper 1. Legitimate question. But the problem with UPSC is if UPSC says that the sun comes out from the south, you have to accept it because that is how UPSC works. What they do. Whatever they say is final. Now, if I actually decode the questions, they were not purely ancient medieval. One question was on geographical location and how it affects ancient Indian development. This was the question, right? How does geography affect ancient India or development in ancient India? Now, this question UPSC will justify, and I know that what they will say is not an ancient question, but rather a question of historical geography. So GS paper 1 is history plus geography. So why not? However, if you've done ancient and medieval with me, this question is very easy. From Magad's location to the way we talk about the Indo-Greeks, the Sakas, the Kusanas, or we talk about the Palas and the Pratiharas or the Rashtrakutas, or we talk about the Pallavas or the Chalukyas, or the Indus Valley civilization, why Mahajanpadas only emerge in the Gangetic Plain and why Indus Valley civilization is in the northwestern sector. These questions we discuss. I do give conceptual clarity because in Indian Forest Service, ancient and medieval does come in mains. This is what they've done this time. Indian Forest Service examination, actually, the concept is that they get ancient medieval questions in mains also. UPSC somehow got a very good idea and they put this into CSE, which is Civil Services Examination. The second question which you saw, and again, I believe I should discuss it with you, was Vedic society and how it persists today. Now, UPSC again will say that this question was not of history, but was of history and social issues. Social issues and history are part of the syllabus itself, so that becomes relevant. Now, again, if you've done ancient medieval or you will do ancient medieval with me, I will teach you how later Vedic period is the genesis of all social evils in India. All social evils in India are later Vedic period. 4-4 Varna structure, social exclusion, domination of women, patriarchy, misogyny, women not getting access to economic rights, all things we do. We discuss all of that. It's not anything new. However, for a student who would have listened to a random person on YouTube or to a so-called expert or a person who does not know about history itself, would have for sure done this, which is that leave ancient and medieval, do art and culture, and go in the examination. Would have heard this advice from your seniors, from a lot of people. So, 2 questions, 5 questions. What's the point? Leave ancient medieval. Nothing new. Somebody told me also that. But the point is, now UPSC has made sure that you can't ignore ancient medieval because conceptual clarity of ancient medieval is important. The third question which came in GS paper 1 was Delhi Sultanate technology. That is a standard question out of Nitin Singhania. Science and technology in ancient India and medieval India is something which we do in medieval also and in art and culture also. So from the textile industry to the construction sector to the concept of what we call as true arch, true dome, limestone, mortar, all of that is actually going to go into that question itself. So the 3 questions, whoever has very, very sincerely gone through that whole year with me, listening to me, and actually very simply accepting or trusting me, that student has also emailed me saying that, yes, sir, I was able to manage all 3 questions out of the area which is should have been art and culture, but wasn't art and culture. However, 2022, there were 5 questions out of history and 3 were art and culture, 2 were modern India. UPSC plays like that. World history, again, 1 question came last year, 1 question came this year, 1 question did not come in 2020, but in 2019 it is there. Very simply, world history is used to be up and down. Now it has become a standard process. Now it has become a standard process. 1 question you will get for sure. Now, the question which is more fundamental to us, a subject which is prelims and a subject which is mains. What is the fundamental difference in preparing for each? Which has mains orientation, which has prelims orientation. Laya, I'll give you my email ID, don't worry. What would be the fundamental difference between these two? A subject in which you will not sit there and listen to me. You will interact with me. Objective, subjective, facts, concepts, facts, analysis, mains is analytical, approach, facts, prelims, answers, concepts. Okay. So we all agree in a way that a prelims oriented topic, you need to have more factual knowledge plus concepts. But in a mains oriented topic, you need to have conceptual clarity. You need to have conceptual clarity because you have to write an answer. You have to write an answer, which means that facts become secondary. This will be true for world history also, that for you, I'll be telling a long story to you. What will matter to you is cause, significance, and impact. Cause, significance, and impact. Mostly what is called course. How did the First World War happen? How did the Second World War happen? How did the French Revolution happen? Can't be answered in 150 to 250 words. I'll show it to you also. The simple point is, before I start the syllabus with you, I am already telling you that your orientation needs to be very straightforward. Cause, significance, impact matters, but I can't teach you without telling you the course. So our funda is going to be very clear. UPSC is cleared by smart hard work and not random hard work. And we will do smart study that way. So anybody has, for a person who's been introduced to history for the first time, does anybody have an issue with regards to what is the place of world history in the larger constellation of history, or generally what we are doing here? Anybody? No? Okay, no, sir. Very good. Thank you so much for that. This is what I will expect from you, a feedback. Now, the $1 million question, which a lot of questions already asked me. Book, sir. What to do with book? Book. I will tell you the book, but Amit didn't understand. World history is mains orientation. Therefore, facts don't matter. Concepts matter. So you have to pay attention to the conceptual understanding of that topic, cause significance, rather than the course. Make sense? Amit? Okay. Now, when it comes to source, we would have sent you a book if we would have sent you. And if we haven't, very good. Because PPTs are enough. Are enough. I'll give you 10 PPTs, 10 modules, and those will be enough to answer any question which can be thrown at you. A lot of students read Norman law. I'll take out that question out of you. What about Norman law? Problem with Norman law is Norman law starts with First World War. So then what about American Revolution, French Revolution, unification of Germany, Italy, and what about the events before 1914? Sir, NCERT books, very good. You are most probably referring to Arjun Dev. But again, the problem with Arjun Dev is his orientation of writing that book is totally different. I could have easily told you to do Arjun Dev part 1. But I'm not even bothering in telling you that don't go to that book also, because that the purpose of it is totally different. Then you will say, what about, sir, class 11th and class 9th NCERT? Yes, why not these? Again, the chapters are written from such a perspective that you don't need to read them. And what you have to read, I'm already doing in class. NCERTs are important. However, for world history, for a person who is doing this class with me, you can omit the NCERT. If you are a curious person, if you don't trust me, after we've done the syllabus, I will give you the chapters of world history in NCERTs and you can do it. Totally your call. However, I am not asking you to do it. First thing. Second is, do I need to make class notes in the class? No, Sakshi. I am going to do that for you. What I want from you is concentration in the class. Understand. You are here with me live. Some will watch later, but the people who are with me in live, please pay attention. Because if you will, and I have seen this, a student start to make notes. What they do is that they start to hear me and write notes. Then what's the point of having a video when you are only hearing me? And then what happens is a lot of things go by. Pay attention. Whatever, every line I write on this PPT will come to you as an annotated PPT. So whatever is important, I will write it down for you. And if you have to, this is not an offline class that I will stand here and tell you now write something. No, that is not the purpose of this class. I will write everything what needs to be written. Pay attention. That's it. Okay. Can world history prelims be asked in? Can world history and post-independence be asked in prelims? As they are asking, Hardeep, that would be a corollary of what you're saying. Sure, why not? But that they will not do, because world history asking in a prelims makes no sense. Post-independence is asked as polity questions, so that has already happened. Okay, BVR Rao World History book. Laya, I have heard that. I have not heard the name of that book, or for the first time I've seen this BV Rao person. I don't trust him. Trust this. You don't have to do a thesis on world history. Most probably that book has been written from a history optional perspective. So don't worry about that. Without writing, it is not easy to revise. Also, personal satisfaction. Deepshika, but I'm telling you the easier path. You want to go to the harder path. Then I expect you that you're writing also and concentrating. Totally your call. Totally your call. Focus on PPTs. Books for world history are always written from a different perspective. Makes no sense. So are we clear with regards to purpose and sources? Because then I want to discuss the syllabus with you. Books, the question is question mark? No. Can we discuss the syllabus? How to remember years, personalities accurately, failing to do it. You are talking about Garvit, modern India or world history? Yeah. Sayadri, totally your fault. Totally your fault. 15 minutes or I'll tell you, don't worry. How does world history help in other subjects? Very good question. International relations will make more sense with world history. Tell me one thing. And this will answer your question very simply. When the British gave independence to India, was there an international perspective to that independence? Anushika, don't have to worry. We'll get that sorted. Yes, that is the Second World War. Now, when I say the word Rowlatt Act to you, what is the original name of Rowlatt Act? Original name of Rowlatt. Don't give me anarchical and revolutionary crimes. What is the father? Which is the father of Rowlatt Act? What is the father of Rowlatt Act? Very good, Manisha. Very good. Great. Very good, Samishta. Very good, Samita. It's called Defense of India Act 1915. And there's a bigger act which is called Defense of Realms Act 1915. This is all modern India. Now, why in 1915 an act which later became in 1919 called Rowlatt Act was there? Why? What is the context of these acts? Very good. First World War. Very good. Perfect. Perfect. Now, HSRA. What is the full form of HSRA? Hindustan. This is Bhagat Singh's organization. Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. Very good. So this S, socialism, is Russian Revolution 1917. The point is, if you understand world history better, or if you actually understand history better vis-a-vis world history, your modern India becomes very good. And UPSC asked a mains question wherein they wanted to see the connection between modern India and world history. Your international relations becomes better, your modern India becomes better, and when you read the newspaper, Iron Curtain, Cold War, Russia, Ukraine, USSR, terms which are there in the newspaper, they will start to make more sense to you. Napoleon, why is Napoleon? What is Napoleon? Who is Napoleon? Simple point is, in the world history perspective, is interconnected to all subjects, be it polity, because I will tell you the mother of all constitutions. It's called the Declaration of Right of Man and Citizen. I will tell you where does colonialism come from, where does imperialism come from. Very simply, which is the first democratic revolution in the world? American Revolution. That is the topic we have to start. I think I've sold world history enough to be relevant for your preparation, right? African history is not of any purpose, Laya, but we will talk about decolonization and colonization of Africa. That will help you, right? Okay. Now, let's talk about the syllabus, and then I will discuss modules, and I would like to start world history with you. I think I've given enough introduction about the purpose, about the subject itself. World history can help in sociology optional. Why not? Because I will teach you Marxism, so you will understand what is Marxism. That will help you in sociology optional. Okay. World history is helpful in essay. Why not? Everything can be written from a historical perspective. Every essay needs to start with a historical perspective. In that, world history will help you. Okay. Now, UPSC has a very bad tendency. And the tendency is to give vague statements in syllabuses. So when you will open GS paper 1 syllabus, you will find the following. It will say history of the world, including events from 18th century like industrial revolution, world wars, colonization, decolonization, redrawal of national boundaries, political philosophies, communism, capitalism, socialism, and their forms and effect on society. This is called a vague statement. What UPSC is doing, it's saying start at 18th century. And after that, whatever happened after 1700 is of relevance to you. Industrial Revolution, World War, decolonization, colonization. Simple point is, UPSC has not given us a very standard, specific syllabus about world history. That is true for example, the prelim syllabus altogether, history of India and history of India and national movement. Now, history of India can be from Paleolithic period until anything. Everything is history of India. Everything is not also a history of India. The point is, UPSC does this. It's not given me a very good syllabus or very good idea of what to teach you. But we have to start somewhere. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to give you the module division of how we are going to cover the 10 classes. But the next half an hour, 45 minutes, I will teach you something which is out of the syllabus. But if I don't teach you that, American Revolution is not going to make sense to you. See, UPSC says start in 18th century. But it's like teaching you, for example, Government of India Act 1858 without talking to you about Revolt of 1857. Which is that to teach 18th century, I have to go back to 14th century and then bring the story till 18th century and then talk about American Revolution. Now, this part of the story is in a way not part of your syllabus, but important, because you cannot understand 18th century without understand Renaissance, Reformation, Scientific Revolution, mod science, which is called rise of mod West, as it is called. Now, the way I do it is I'll give you a basic overview of these things, and then we will come to American Revolution. But if I have to divide the modules, there are 10 modules, total 10 modules in this syllabus of yours. And how we are going to cover it is every day one module, one and a half module. We'll see that some are big, some are small. First is called American Revolution. American Revolution. On Wednesday, we will start what is called French Revolution. French Revolution and Napoleon. Thereafter, unification of Germany and Italy. Once we're done with that, Industrial Revolution. These 4 units are standalone, but are also a little bit heavy. The heaviest of all is this unification of Germany and Italy. And my basic request to you is going to be, do not judge world history by this module. It is heavy, but I will tell you how to go around it in that sense. Thereafter, the next 4 units are interlinked to each other. How? You have Eastern question and World War I road to World War I. Thereafter, World War I itself. Then Russian Revolution and ideologies. Here I will teach you what is Marxism, communism, and what we call as the effects of Marxism, communism, capitalism, the whole debate over communist ideology. Thereafter, we will discuss interwar period and rise of fascism. And herein will come 2 very favorite people. Amrit has already named them. Mussolini for Italy and Hitler for Germany. So we'll talk about rise of Mussolini and Hitler. Thereafter, last is World War II and Cold War politics. In Cold War politics, I'll bring you from 1945 till 1992, which is from the Berlin blockade, which is basically from the surrender of Japan to Berlin blockade, to Berlin airlift, to formation of NATO, formation of Warsaw, thereafter the Berlin Wall crisis, then Cuban Missile Crisis, thereafter Gorbachev, and end with the disintegration of USSR. And then the 10th module is the standalone module on colonization and decolonization. And here I will teach you two areas: Africa, because Africa used to be a part of the imagination of UPSC too much. Now it's gone out of vogue. And then I will do an insurance policy with you, which is Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, I will do Vietnam. Vietnam War, Indochina, and how did Vietnam get independence? They've already asked Indonesia, so it makes no sense. Stalin, we will discuss. We'll discuss Lenin, we'll discuss Stalin, all of this here. Stalin, Lenin here also. This is your syllabus when it comes to 10 modules of world history. Don't have to Tsar Nicholas 1, Tsar Nicholas 2. Pratyaksh spelling is wrong, but I get bhavna samajhta hu. You mean to say Tsar or Tsar, right? Tsar Nicholas 1, Tsar Nicholas 2, Tsar Alexander 1. We will discuss all of that. So we'll do that. Don't worry. Don't worry. Simple point is, this 35 hours which you have with me, these 35 hours which you have with me, we will talk about the West. We'll talk about the hypocrisy of the West. We'll talk about the problems with capitalism. We'll talk about the problems with socialism. We'll talk about Hitler, his policies. We'll talk about fascism, generally, fascist ideology. What is Tsar? Abhi bhul jao isko. Forget this. Tsar is the name of the king of Russia. It's a title. Forget this. Now, what I mean to say is, it is a fascinating history. But yes, we will discuss Congress of Vienna, we will discuss Concert of Europe, we will discuss Metternich system, everything. Don't worry. Napoleon the Third, we'll discuss Bismarck, we'll discuss Cavour, we'll discuss everything. Recent is not me. Devansh, recent is not me. That is international relations. Recent coups, Sudan and all, that is international relations. Very straightforward point, because I want to start the syllabus now, is that it is fascinating. It is fascinating. However, it's a little bit alien to you. You have never cared about Germany and Italy. You've never cared about France. But I will make you care about France. So what I want from you very simply is little bit of concentration. Redrawal of boundaries means unification of Germany and Italy. So don't have to worry about that. And multiple redrawals will happen during Berlin Conference through what is called the Treaty of Versailles, a lot of things. So don't worry. Deepshika, I know, don't worry. Simple point. Can you concentrate, and in the first 4 lectures, hustle with me. Hustle means that you have to be a little bit on your toes. After we cross this point, it will become extremely easy. Extremely easy. First 4 are a little bit heavy. After that, it's easy. Can we do that? Everybody's ready to do that? Yes? Okay. So it's like the power play overs. First 4 are a little bit difficult. We have to keep our, what we call as, hopes, or I'll rather say your morale high. Thereafter it will become easy and you start to enjoy it rather. Okay. What should be your approach to world history? Listen to me. Try to understand the story. Get the cause, get the significance, and get out of there. I'll tell you right now. I will not ask you to learn dates. That is not history. If you've been with me, you would know. That is not history. I'll not ask you to learn every czar's name. That is not history. I'm going to ask you to understand concepts. It's all logical. It's not rocket science. It's actually logical. So with this, let's start our syllabus. And we are now entering the first discussion, which is now I'm building up to American Revolution. American Revolution. This is the first module, module number 1, American Revolution. And American Revolution happens in 1774, 1776. That is 18th century. But to understand the American Revolution, we have to take a time machine and go a little bit back to the periods of 1400s. So if everybody is comfortable, you want to change your position on the chair, change it. I want you to be now a little bit more attentive. So introduction done. Everybody's ready. Come on. Yes or no? Yes? Okay. Now, let me just get the preview right. Yeah. America. Now, if I lived in 1400, what is my email ID? I'll solve this issue so that there is no issue. abhishek.mishra19@byju's.com. You email me on this, but do give me 48 hours to answer. I get a lot of emails every day, 50 to 60. So abhishek.mishra19@byju's.com. You email me, I will answer. Don't worry. Right? Palak, done? Yes, okay. Change pen color. So yellow is not good enough. Which color do you want? White. Okay. Green won't show only. Green won't show. I can see a preview there. So I know what color is showing. Don't worry about that. I know yellow is good. That is why I'm using yellow. Just to answer that question. See, remember one thing. If I get stuck and all, I know. Because I have a preview in front of me of what you see. So I know if something is getting stuck or you can't see. Right? Vishal's background cannot be changed. Every batch you say the same thing cannot be changed. Okay. So if I was in 1400, if I was there in 1400, and I asked you, what is the world? So you would say that there is the first world, or called the old world. Then you would say that if I go south to the old world, I will find a big area called Africa. However, everybody wanted pepper, everybody wanted spices, and that used to come from the exotic world of Orient. Orient, which is basically Asia, which is India and China. And old world generally means Europe. So Orient, Africa, and old world. But if you look at this understanding, one part is missing. What is missing in this story? Americas. Very good. Americas, which is North America and South America, Latin America and North America, Canada, USA, and the whole of South America. But why is that they don't have an understanding? The reason is that nobody, and you know that there is the Atlantic Ocean here. We know that there's an Atlantic Ocean here. Nobody used to go too far into the sea when it came to the old world politics or 1400 itself. So according to them, across the Atlantic, there was nothing. They have no understanding of Australia. They have no understanding of Antarctica. They just know that these are the three land connected masses, which is old world, Africa and Orient, and they did not know what is across the Atlantic. What is across the Atlantic? But that doesn't mean that there is no world there. We already know that the Aztecs, Inca, very Mayan civilizations, the very heavy or very modern civilizations did exist in the American sector. But because all history is Eurocentric, which is that all history has been written from a European perspective, because it has been written from the European perspective till 1491, there are only three worlds: Old World, Africa, and Orient. And in 1492, a person called Christopher Columbus, whilst trying to go from the Old World to the Orient, by mistake, travels across the Atlantic and reaches what we today call the Caribbean islands. And when he comes back to Portugal, he says that there is something across this ocean, this sea, and they call it the New World. 1492 is the cutoff date. And by 1498, who reached India? By 1498, who reached India? Vasco da Gama. So by 1498, just 6 years after crossing the Atlantic, Vasco da Gama is going to reach India. But the question which needs to come into your mind as an analytical UPSC aspirant is that what changed in 1492? Why is that before 1492, nobody wanted to cross the Atlantic? But after 1492, there are multiple expeditions across the world to find new places. And the answer to this question is also the context for American Revolution. The answer to this question is the context for the American Revolution. Now, to be very clear, they call it the New World. But that doesn't mean it was new. Can we all agree to that? The West can call anything new, but it doesn't mean it was new. It was there, but from their perspective, it was the New World. Now, I would like to answer the question, what changed in 15th, 16th century that allowed for age of discovery to be there? Can we answer that question? Again, not part of your syllabus, but important for your understanding. Yes? Great. Perfect. Now, in order to understand that, we need to go back to 14th and 13th century Europe. Now, please pay attention, because I'm going to introduce a concept to you which you already know, but in a little bit of a different detail itself. 14th century, in the whole of Europe, there was a system which was called feudalism. I want your attention. Stop typing. Look at me and stop and pay attention. Because I'm telling you something. I know you know the answer. Sure, why not? But pay attention. There's something called feudalism, which existed in 14th century Europe. And feudalism, I will use this word, or I have used this word with you previously, refers to a model of society which was there in Europe, but in India, a little bit of its basic, what we call as features, were exhibited during the early medieval period. This is called feudalistic tendencies and what we call as feudatory mentality, which we discussed when we discussed Satavahanas and how did Gori and Ghazni win against India generally. But I am now discussing core feudalism with you. When we talk about core feudalism, the European society used to look like this. At the apex, you have the king. Under the king, you have what are called knights or soldiers. Under the soldiers, you have what are called landlords or vassals. And under the vassals, you have what are called serfs, bonded labor. Bonded labor means they work for free for the landlord. They get a small plot of land on which they do subsistence agriculture. But I don't care about the system too much because this never existed in India and you don't have to do BA honors in history. So what I need to make you understand is what changes in this system that allows for the discovery of the new world. Now, an actor which is not in this picture but was very, very important was the church. Was the church headed by a person called the Pope. Pope is the religious head of all Christians in the world. And the church had a very strong control over the king. Let's quantify it. For the purpose of our analysis, we believe that they had 100% control on knowledge system, on society, on values, on scientific developments, on ideas, on people. Meaning, if the church says sit down, you sit down. If the church says that the sun is the moon and the moon is the sun, you don't challenge it. Because if you will challenge it, they will pour petrol on you and burn you. Burnt at stake if you challenge the church. If you challenge the church, you will be killed. Standard, nothing new, but religious control. The control of the church is absolute on the kings. Who will the king marry? When will he marry? Can he divorce his wife? Where should he go? How should he conduct himself? All these things are controlled by the church. So would it be right to say that the church was a parallel state? Would it be right to say that the church was the parallel state? Yes? Very good. Now, the problem why people did not want to go across the Atlantic was because the church very simply argued that the earth is flat. The church had what is called the flat earth theory, wherein they argued that the sun and the moon are going up and down in a sphere. The sun is here, so the moon is here, and when the moon comes, the sun goes down. This is called flat earth concept. And what they feared was that the fear which they instilled in the people was that if they go too far across into water, they will fall across the edge of the earth. Now, this is dumb. And we are talking about 12th, 13th century. Our ancient civilization, Aryabhatta, in 7th century, 6th century CE already had argued that the earth is a sphere, already calculated circumference. We knew the distance between the earth and the sun and everything related to it. The Greeks and the Romans knew it. Coming from India itself, it is Aryabhatta, it is Varamira, which is Bhaskara, who argued. But these fools call themselves the world leaders. Circumstantially, right time, right place. But these church-driven states argue that don't go too much into the water, you will fall down. And what the church had done was that Greek and Romans, who are contemporary to the Guptas and the post-Mauryans, this period between 500, 300 to 500 CE, which is basically 3rd to 7th century, they had locked, or very simply, Roman and Greek knowledge of Ptolemy, of Aristotle, of Descartes, all had been locked and kept in the side. Church did not allow people to read this knowledge. Somehow, the church came up with this concept that the earth is flat. Unfortunately, some Americans still believe that. Americans are dumb that ways. Don't expect too much from an American that ways, because there is the flat earth concept and society in America right now also. But that doesn't matter to us. Who are we to comment on the Americans? But the simple point of the matter is that flat earth concept did not allow people to go for exploration. But then the question which should automatically come in your mind is, then what happened? What happened that the church's control over society went away? Good question. That if the church dominated the ideas of the world through the Dark Ages or through 11th to 13th century, what are the processes or what are the events which changed the way we saw the world and allowed people to go for exploration? Can I answer now the second question? I asked you the first question. Why was the New World formed or found in 1492? And the answer to that question is, church had flat earth theory. People did not go for discovery or did not actually even travel 10 to 15 kilometers into the sea. But then the automatic question will be, if that is the case, then how did the control of the church went away, or what changed? Can I now answer the second question? Are you following what I'm trying to argue here? It's a little bit out of your what we call as preview, but it is very interesting that way. If you're not following, you have to tell me. You have to tell me that, sir, repeat, I'm not able to. This you don't have to learn for the examination. This you don't have to learn for the examination. But very simply, it's a very relevant question. It's a very relevant question. Very simply, the first question was, how was the earth perceived? The earth was perceived flat. And in the feudalistic society, the king was controlled by the church. Nobody went too far into the ocean because they thought that they will fall off the edge of the earth. But the question begs to differ, is that what changed after the certain, what we call as certain events in Europe, which changed the way we went forward? And I think Monica has summarized it quite well. We are following, we understand they are dumb. Yes, the Europeans were dumb. Let's try to understand, how did they come to the same level as what we are or what we were when it came to Bhaskara and Aryabhatta? Yes, good, very good, perfect. Then how Columbus went if church ruled? Shruti, very good question. Very good question. This is the question I want to answer. Where did the idea of the church came from? Tanu, church had their own what we call as biblical understanding. If you have an understanding of Christianity, even one bit or little bit, you would know that the Bible contradicts evolution. There is the concept, the day of the Genesis. They have their own interpretation of how things came about. And we don't have to go into that. It's an interesting history of how the church perceives human evolution. They very simply reject Darwin's theory, but doesn't really matter. They have their own knowledge system, and that is the basic point. Okay. Now, there are series of 8 events, we'll call it 7 events, happening parallel to each other, but I will teach you sequentially, because each of these events took away that 100% control of the church. Now again, you will not find this in books, you will not find it anywhere. Pay attention just for context. Don't have to learn it, but try to understand it. Okay, now on the eve of 13th 14th century, the what exactly feudalism? Feudalism is a system of social division. That's it. This is a feudalistic society. King, knight, vassal, serf, church controls the state. That's it. Now, on the eve of 14th century, late 14th, early 14th century, church has 100% control over the society. Anybody has any issue in understanding this? Church has 100% control. Other auxiliary questions we can take later. What about this? Anybody has any issue in understanding this? Because church enables the feudal system. Okay, nobody has any issues. Perfect, great. Nothing better. Now, the first moment in which the church lost a little bit of its control, Gayatri, what we've done till this point, very simply, is we've ascertained and we've successfully demonstrated that the feudalistic society, very simply, was dominated by the king was dominated by the church, and the church, in a way, had a certain notion about how the earth was, and that did not allow for discovery, and that is why nobody knew about the new world. Church says earth is flat, don't go too much into the water, you will fall, so nobody went. So our starting point is here, where 100% control of the church is there over knowledge system, over people, and over the minds of the people. Right? Why church will control society? Saloni, the same way how in India religion controls society. Be it Islam, be it Christianity, be it Hinduism, be it Buddhism, be it Jainism, religions control society so as to get out certain type of behavior. That is a standard thing. That may be something which we will discuss in ancient medieval. But for now, just believe me that yes, religions control society. That is something which they want to do to control people. Okay. Now, Nishant, I'm coming to that. Now what happens is, if I'm a king, if I'm a king of England, and a pope comes and says, sit down, get up, go, don't marry, can't divorce, this, that. How will I feel? I'm not, I know that. But if I was, how would I feel as a king? You are the ruler of France, but that short guy coming and telling you, get up, no, you can't sit there, cannot marry that woman. Frustration. We Indians understand it very well as children. Somebody telling you to do something, it feels frustrating. And this is what started to happen in the European sector. The state, the king started to get frustrated. I can be the ruler of the world, but somehow he is telling me about what I can eat and not eat. I will not do that. So the kings, by the turn of the 14th century, they start a cascading effect, or what we call as a domino effect. What the kings do is that they start to consolidate power. and remove church influence over their state machinery. And in a way, these kings now start to be called what are called, and you would have heard it for sure, absolutist kings or absolutist monarchies. Absolutist monarchies mean the king has absolute power now. The king has absolute power now, and the church's authority is removed from the state. Enough of you telling me what I can do and cannot do. So the kings start to consolidate power. Consolidate power. Now, for the purpose of our analysis, let's take it that by doing this, minus 20% control of church. Church, by not controlling the state, loses a little bit of control. So where we start at 100%, because of the decline of feudalistic systems or with the rise of absolutist monarchies, the church loses a little bit of its control over the state. And this is enough for a very important movement to rise in Italy or in the Italian states. So the decline of feudalism, why did church allow king to do? Because if you are the king and if you do certain things and if you assert yourself, you have the power to slaughter everybody in the church. So there's a very fine line in how much power you can assert over a king. So if a king gets annoyed, the church cannot start to ascertain too much power. You're getting my point? In India, for example, if Ashoka says that I want to do something, that will be done. The state has absolute control. The church used to, in a way, push its control over it. But the kings now start to realize that we can also ascertain power. Why didn't the kings resist before 14th century? Very relevant question, Vaishna. For that, I have to give you the whole history of the Dark Ages. But to give you a very, very crisp answer of it, the kings feared divine power and the godly intervention into the earth too much. But by 14th, 15th century, they start to realize that the church is making all of these things up. After a point, you start to understand that okay, they're trying to make this up. So as I said, you will ask me a lot of questions about this, but I want you to take it prima facie because this is not part of your syllabus and I am not going to teach you decline of feudalism. I want to reach the scientific revolution. So just prima facie, phrase straightforward, kings consolidate power leads to decline of the church's authority over the state. The 5 sentences I have said, anybody has any issue over it? Why, how, why not, when, this, that is of no relevance to you. Anybody has any issue in this line? Kings become frustrated, try to consolidate power. By consolidating power, they reduce the church's power. Anybody has any issue in this line which I said? It's a logical thing. Minus 20% for you and me to understand that, okay, if 100% control was there, now 80% control is there. Anybody? I want everybody's assertion, yes or no. Okay, perfect, perfect. Clear, no issues. Now, with the church's control over the state gone, be it 20%, 30% only, what happens is that in the Italian states, which is modern day Italy in a way, because of the Ottoman issue, which is that Ottomans had blocked the access to India over land. Ottomans are an Islamic dynasty. You would have done it for sure in your modern India. that Ottomans blocked the land route from Europe through Central Asia into India. So now the Italian merchants start to get frustrated over the fact that they have to go through the Ottoman sector and they cannot convince a person to travel the seas to find a sea route to India. To find a sea route to India. The problem is, because the church argues that you will fall off the edge of the earth, there are no explorers. There are no explorers, which is called the falling of the Constantinople. By 1453, Constantinople will fall, which is the capital of the Greek sector, and therefore Ottomans will start to control that whole area. And very simply, the Europeans cannot convince a sailor to cross the ocean itself. So what will happen in the Italian states is there will rise what is called a cultural movement. Pay attention. Once this series is over, I will give you a break. Don't worry. The cultural movement is called in Italian the Renaissance. The Renaissance, you would have heard this word with regards to Raja Ram Mohan Roy and what we call as the Indian Renaissance, which is the social justice reform movement. But this is the original Renaissance. What we know is the second Renaissance. This is the Renaissance, whatever you want to call it. Renaissance or Renaissance is a cultural movement which literally means rebirth. Which means rebirth. But what is it the rebirth of? Now, what happens is that in the Italian states, the sailors, the Greeks who have now migrated because of the Ottomans capturing power in the Greece or Greek sector, they revive Greek and Roman knowledge and philosophers. And the Greek and Roman knowledge argued something very interesting. See, the church used to control colleges, schools, and their system of education is called scholasticism. 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 Shijin, pay attention. Kings have taken church's control away. Italian states are becoming more and more frustrated because they cannot trade with India directly. So the Greeks who have migrated because the Ottomans have captured the Greek sector migrate to the Italian states. With them, they bring back the knowledge of the Greeks and Romans. And the Greeks and Romans argue something very interesting. To understand that, you need to understand what the church is arguing. The church controls schools and colleges, and their system of education is called scholasticism. But the church, what will they teach you about? Guess. Random guess. What will the church teach you about in colleges and schools? Very good. Religion and God, which is called theology. They will argue that the earth is flat. God is divine. You are useless. Man is useless. You and me have no agency. We can't do anything. Everything what God does is perfect and pure and correct. You are useless. You, a man, a woman, are useless. This is what the church will argue. Standard that God is the most sublime, the perfect example of everything. Theology, we say earth is flat, so earth is flat. But the Greeks and the Romans bring with them the ideas of Aristotle, Plato, Ptolemy, Descartes. And if you've ever gone through any of them, you would have gone through for sure because of ethics paper, or you are PSI or optional, or sociology optional, or anthropology optional, or history optional. You would have to know Greeks and Romans argue that man is important. Greeks and Romans say that no, not God is everything, we are also important. A man is a thinking man. A man has a power. Unfortunately, a man can't expect them to talk about women at this point of time. Yes, they have their own notions, but the word man would encompass both man and woman. But their language and their understanding is about man. They use the word man. Man is important for them. Man is very, very important for them. And this is going to be a revolutionary idea. The church used to say, I can't do anything. But Plato says, I can. I have the mind and the body to understand it. So, what this knowledge does is introduce the concept of humanism and individualism. Individualism is the concept that the individual is important. Humanism is the concept that humans, man, has the power to change divine authority. And that is why in your school, you have three streams: commerce, science, and what? Commerce, science, and humanities. Humanities, which you call arts. The word humanities comes from here. Humanities is the history of man. So the first subject which will emerge is history, then political science, then sociology, then anthropology, then geography. These are called humanities subject because they tell you the story of man. So what will happen is that now colleges and schools will start to teach humanism alternative to what the church was saying. Now, very simply, you will say, sir, then what is the proof that the Renaissance happened? And the proof is Michelangelo, Da Vinci. These people now started to not just draw gods, but man. The sculpting, the sculpture, the artistic expression, the architecture, these things will now start to reflect humans in them. And therefore, from Da Vinci to Michelangelo to all the architecture at this point of time, from the art, everything will start to reflect the fact that humans or man is important. Now, if you are the church, your authority will go up or down? Will go up or down? It will go down. So, this movement will take away another 20% from the church. Now, the church can't control what is happening in these schools and colleges too much, but it did. It tried to, but still humanism will start to spread. And now for us, the church is at 60%. Is at 60%, from 100 to 60%. I'm quantifying it for your understanding. So we started at a point where the church had 100% control. We reached to a point where the kings clawed back control from the church. That led to a certain amount of space to be created. Thereafter, Renaissance will talk about man and take away another chunk of the power of the church itself, and that in turn will lead to the church's authority little bit wavering. It is now the grip over the society is becoming loose a little bit. Renaissance, only two words you need to remember: humanism, individualism. Man is important. Everything is not God. Till this point, everybody is with me. I know, interesting, but a little bit heavy, but it should make sense. These are much very complex events, but I'm trying to bring it down to the level of GS. That is what you really need to know about. No issues? Okay. Perfect. Now, it's a cultural movement. Yes, it's not a political movement. It's a cultural movement, meaning it is people spreading that culture. Architecture and art will be reflecting humanism. That is the only point I'm trying to say. Da Vinci and Michelangelo are considered the two biggest, if you want to call, the two biggest examples of humanism and individualism spreading across the society itself. Now, the next major blow to the church will come from a event which is called Reformation. Now, please understand this point. The church argues God is divine, but this movement will happen from within the church itself. Do you understand Bhakti movement? When I say Bhakti movement, does it ring a bell? Yes? Bhakti movement, Sufi movement, Bhakti movement? Yes, it does. Okay, very good. Reformation is the Bhakti movement of Christianity. If it makes sense, I'll explain it to you what it really means. See, the church is not one power. In the church, there's a hierarchy. And if you've ever seen the church hierarchy, even in India, it exists. All churches have it. For example, at the lowest level, you have the priest who will sit in the church, who will teach you, who will give you sermons, everything. Then you have, for example, bishop, then archbishop, then the most important, cardinal, and then pope. Don't have to learn this, but very simply, there's a hierarchy in the church, what we call as papal authority or papacy, it is called. Papacy means the church administrative structure. Father is nothing but priest. Father. Though you call father everybody, but that's a separate issue altogether. Now, between the 11th to 14th century, what was happening was, and again I'm telling it to you as a very simple, straightforward concept, the upper management of the church was becoming wealthy and corrupt, while the priests were going into poverty. That somehow the priests have hand to mouth situation. On the other hand, cardinal, pope, archbishop, they have Vatican City. They are drinking in gold cups and plates and eating in silverware. They have so much money that they don't know how to spend it, and the bishop here is going around asking for money. This is called the corruption of papacy or the church corruption. Standard corruption can come everywhere. Corruption of church. But the question would be, how did the church get money? How did the church get money? And they got money from a very interesting certificate they used to give. And that certificate is called sale of indulgences. Sale of indulgences. A straightforward thing. I go and murder a person. I murder a person. But my heart says I've sinned. Galat hua. So I will go to the church. I will go to the church and I will say, "Oh Father, I have sinned. I have killed a man. So you should be taken to the judicial authority, you should be jailed." No. The bishop or the archbishop or the priest will say, "How many people you've killed?" One. "Here is a certificate. Buy it and all your sins will be gone." Sale of indulgence. This certificate is worth 50,000, whatever the currency may be. Buy it and God will forgive you. They were basically selling the forgiveness of God. It's a, yes, wash sin certificate. I slapped my neighbor. I have guilt. Go and buy a $1 sale of indulgence. All sin gone. Sale of indulgence was the problem. Yes, seriously, this was the system. It's called sale of indulgence. That I have sinned and buy this certificate, your sin will be gone. You can buy the forgiveness of God. Nothing better. Now, one man did not like this concept. Yes, we have the concept of confession, sure. You confess, but the priest will not say that go and buy a certificate saying that it is for 10,000 rupees, buy a certificate, your confession has now been solved. Confession is still there. Confession is still there. It's not about confessions. It's about buying the, what Martin Luther used to call buying the faith and the benevolence of God itself. The man who did not like it, his name is not Martin Luther King. That's a separate person. His name was Martin Luther. Luther comes from the German states, and he was literally disgusted by this concept that firstly I am dying of hunger and the sale of indulgence is a very bad practice, and therefore in the fit of the moment and as a frustration of this concept, he will write his famous 95 thesis. 99 and 95, you'll find both numbers, but it's 95. And he will go and nail it on the door of his church. And this moment in Christianity is called the Reformation, wherein what will happen is that the people who will follow Luther will be called the Lutherans. In France, a person called Calvin will do the same. He will be called the Calvinists. In England, they are called the Anglicanists. They have different names in different countries. But together, because they protested against the church, they're called Protestants. They're called Protestants. They don't know each other. They're called Protestants. Very simply, the church will split up into two, Catholic and Protestant. Catholic Church will be Orthodox Church, in which sale of indulgence till very recently was also there. They removed it out of their self-guilt itself. Orthodox Church, Catholic. Protestant is the new Reformed Church. And ironically, in these Reformed churches, there were colleges and schools attached to it. Guess what they used to teach in them? Guess what these colleges and schools used to teach? Scholasticism or humanism? Very good. Humanism. So the Reformation is considered a very important moment in Christian history because, as I said, it's the Bhakti movement of Christianity. Now, if the church will split up like that, its power is going to go up or down? Down. So power is reduced further. Now, to summarize what I've said till this point, the decline of feudalism allows for the Renaissance to happen. The Renaissance leads to the rise of humanism. Renaissance creates the context, and see, all of them are happening parallel to each other. I'm telling you in sequential manner, but they're happening parallel to each other. Renaissance allows for humanism to rise, and with the rise of humanism, the church's authority goes away a little bit more. But these ideas are now spreading throughout Europe, and the corruption of the church and the sale of indulgences, which disgusts one man who creates a new movement itself within Christianity, which we call as Reformation. And that Reformation will lead to the church's authority getting split up into Catholic Church and Protestant Church. Protestant Church will further take the cause of humanism further. And very simply, the church's authority by 30 to 40% is reduced. And now the church controls only a very small part of the society. Anybody has any issue till this point? Because now we come to the business end of our discussion. It's very straightforward. Cultural movement, religious movement, and now the most important movement. Can we discuss scientific revolution? Generally, it's been close to what, 1.5 hours. Is this making sense to you? Is the pace right? Is it interesting? Is it something new for you? It's confusing because it's a series of events. I will tell you. I'll give you a summary of this. Don't worry. But the role of Martin Luther of no purpose to you. He's the one who's the father of the Reformation. That's it. So it's interesting. So try to keep this interest alive. That's the only thing. Okay. Why did the church did not burn the protesters? They did. But once it becomes a movement, then you can't burn everybody. Okay. Now, very simply, you can do 10, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 50. Can't burn 1 lakh people. Okay. Now, see. Decline leads to Renaissance, leads to Reformation. From 100 to 80% to 60% to 30%. Church at the weakest moment. And now will come the most important concept, which is the scientific revolution. See, you would have said, sir, why didn't scientific revolution happen in 1400? Can anybody tell me? You know the answer. Why did the scientific revolution? Why was Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo not able to say what they were able to say after the Reformation and not before the Reformation? Yes, very good. It is the fear of the church and the church authority. In a way, would I be right to say that it is a prerequisite that the Renaissance and Reformation happen for the scientific revolution to happen? Perfect. If you understand this line, that it is a prerequisite, don't need to remember the names. No purpose to you. Very simply, it's a prerequisite for the Renaissance and Reformation to happen, to have the scientific revolution. Now, let's talk about prerequisite means a pre-given condition for something to happen. Now, Copernicus is the one who started this concept. Again, don't have to learn the names. Copernicus, then Kepler, and then Galileo though Galileo had to face a lot of opposition from the church, still Copernicus is the one. Does the church work as a single authority in Europe? Yes. The Catholic Church is one big authority. Protestant Church is one big authority. Church is a centralized, papal, Pope controlled. It's like a state itself. Copernicus is the first person who argued that what we call today is heliocentric view of the world. He argued that the sun is the center of universe, for them basically our galaxy, not earth. Because before that the church used to argue that the earth is the main center, everything revolves around it. Now Copernicus argues sun is there. Why Kepler and Galileo are important? Because Kepler and Galileo prove what Copernicus argued. Kepler showed the concept of orbits, and he showed that there's a movement, relative movement of the earth vis-a-vis the sun, which is called what we call as revolution around the sun itself. He also told us about the rotation on the axis. But why is Galileo important? Because Galileo proved both Kepler and Copernicus through the telescope. Through the telescope, he showed heavenly bodies, and very simply, if I see Saturn, for example, at point A in the sky, if the earth is revolving around the earth, is revolving around the sun, will I find Saturn at point A or some other point next day? Very good. I will find Saturn exact same at a different point, because Saturn has moved, Earth has moved. So the way Galileo proved it was, he showed the relative movement of planetary or celestial bodies vis-a-vis the Earth. Again, of no purpose to you. So Galileo proved the theory of Kepler and Copernicus. But as soon as he developed the telescope, the second thing which he did was, he went to a merchant and said, see, I have a device which can see far away into the sea. So he started to sell the telescope as a navigation tool also. But the rise of modern science, which will usher in the era of people understanding the human body, Harvey, who for the first time showed that we have a pulse, that we have a heart, that this body is not magic, is Newton. Newton proved something. Newton had his three laws. What is basically two laws of inertia? Every object which is in motion will want to stay in motion. Every object which is in rest will want to stay in rest. And every action has equal opposite reaction, which is moment of inertia. That if this body is in rest, it would want to be in rest. If it is in motion, it will be in motion. And if not, it will give a certain type of resistance. Again, don't learn it, not part of your syllabus. What Newton did was, he proved that everything which happens around you is not magic. It is governed by laws of nature, laws of physics. Then people started to explore the human body. That, okay, it's not that my blood is coming out in the form of magic. It's happening in a way of my heart pumping blood. Modern sciences will break most of the notions of the church, and in turn allow for the church's authority to become minimal when it came to knowledge, when it came to the colleges, when it came to ideas, when it came to concept. We started at a point where the control of the church was 100%. And we've reached a point where the churches control it as 0%. And more than that, all of this will lead to the development of three very important navigational tools: the telescope, the compass, and the magnetic needle. Can anybody tell me what does the magnetic needle tell? Compass tells you north, south, east, west. What does the magnetic needle tell you? It's a small needle. It's suspended in the air like this in a small jar. What does it tell you? Very good, Ravi. Very good. Very good, Vishnu. Great. Not direction. Not direction. It will tell you latitude. The magnetic needle will always try to be north to south. So the angle of the magnetic needle will tell you on which latitude you are. Are you in the northern hemisphere? Are you in the southern hemisphere? And in what angle you are? So very simply, magnetic needle became a new revolutionary concept itself, which allowed the navigators to know where they were on the Earth's surface itself. And very simply, this whole cascading concept of Renaissance plus Reformation plus scientific revolution plus modern sciences, what it gave birth to was an age of curiosity or the age of discovery, in which now navigators, removing their notions what the church has taught them, wanted to travel the earth. And this in turn will lead to, from 1492 till the 17th century itself, do not learn, will teach you or will actually lead to multiple people traveling across the Atlantic. The first one being Christopher Columbus, but he will never reach America. He will actually reach the Caribbean islands, this sector. The person whose name is actually the name of America itself is Amerigo Vespucci. The word name is Amerigo, and that is why it's called America. He was the one who actually reached America. But the most important personality who destroyed the authority of the church itself is Ferdinand Magellan. What Magellan did was unimaginable at that point of time, which is to circumvent the earth itself. He started in Portugal, went across the South American coast, then into the Pacific Ocean, traveling into the Indian Ocean, and then coming back to Europe itself. He proved that the earth was not flat, but a sphere. We call it a geoid, but it was a sphere for them. The simple point of the matter is, this moment would have been possible if these events would not have happened. That is the basic point. What I've been building up to this for the past 40-45 minutes. Do not take the age of discovery as a fluke. Do not take the age of discovery as a random event. It happened because in 1492, because of the Renaissance, Reformation, scientific revolution, and modern sciences, the fear of the navigators was gone, and they now believed in modern sciences. And therefore, when somebody set out into the ocean, he did not fear to fall across the surface of the earth itself. Now, you will say, sir, you have given us this whole katha, kahani, this whole big story, Renaissance, Reformation, modern sciences. How is it related to our syllabus? A big story, Latin, Luther, this, that. It related to our story because the American Revolution happens in these colonies of Britain. This is America for you, but very simply, our moment of discussion or our geography or discussion is this sector. The fact of the matter is, how is this story related to us? Because if this part of the world did not, North America did not get colonized, maybe American Revolution would never have happened. Now it's become heavy, so I'll give you a break here. But before, how many colonies? I will tell you 9 initially, then 13. I will discuss everything with you. That is my job. But as of right now, whatever discussion is which has happened in the first 1.5 hours, anybody has any issue? Because then I will presume that you know what is Renaissance, Reformation, what is scientific revolution, what is modern sciences and everything. Anybody has any issue? This could have been totally avoided. I don't think anybody else teaches this. I teach it because you are a UPSC aspirant. So very simply, you should have an understanding of what did lead to certain things. It's an analytical, logical understanding. The summary of all of this is one word. Church controlled everything. Renaissance, Reformation, scientific revolution, modern sciences broke the control of the church over knowledge system. That in turn allowed the age of discovery to happen, where our story starts with the discovery of the first American colony, where the American Revolution will happen. That is it. Nothing more, nothing less. Slave trade and all, Laya, we will discuss. That's the next part of the discussion. What is Renaissance? Cultural movement allows for man to become important. What is Reformation? Leads to the breaking up of the church itself, and in turn the Protestant group emerges. What is scientific and modern sciences? Very simply, the development of new concepts which allows for navigators to navigate the earth better. Right? Yes, Monica, in a way. How corruption is happening in the church? Because they are appropriating a lot of money at the top. Priests are not getting a lot of salary. They are dying of hunger, but the Vatican City is becoming more prosperous and prosperous. Modern sciences is Newton. 3 basic laws leads to our church's authority fully gone. He believes that not everything is divine intervention or divine law. It is natural law. Summarizing statement is church had 100% control. Renaissance, Reformation, scientific revolution, modern sciences takes away all that control over knowledge and what we call as schools and colleges and ideas. That allows for age of discovery. Aditya, random question. What is the best strategy for UPSC? We'll discuss that. I'm talking about this. Renaissance, cultural movement, as soon as absolutist kings rise, that cultural movement allows for resurgence of Greek and Roman knowledge. That was important for the focus to shift away from God, theology, to humanism. 1492 is the age of discovery, is the starting point. 1492 is the discovery of New World. No, it is not all related to the fall of Eastern Roman Empire. Nothing like that. You're bringing in something else randomly here. Modern science is Newton. Scientific revolution is Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo. Modern sciences is Newton, Harvey, a lot of different other scientists. Martin Luther is from Germany. Yes, Palak. If your questions will stop, then only I will give you a break. Is everybody comfortable till this point? There's no rocket science here. It is not difficult. It's only straightforward concept itself. If you don't remember it, you don't need to. You actually don't need to remember this. You just have to remember that for the age of discovery to happen, the church's control needed to go away, and that could only happen through a series of events. That's it. The culmination of these events is the domination of the church gone. Yes, perfect. What is the name of America 500 years ago? There is no America. It's Aztecs, Inca controlling different parts. There is no word for that. Bartholomew Diaz is not related to world history, but is related to modern India, which is that he reached till the Cape of Good Hope, which is important for Vasco da Gama. Now what you're doing is that you're now mixing up modern India with it. Crisp, clear. Let's take a break. It's what? It's 6:54. Let's come back at 7:05. And 10 minutes we'll keep it. I can reduce it, increase it as per purpose. 10 minutes I'm giving you. Cool down. Now the story will actually become different. It will be a different type of story altogether. Now we will concentrate on this area. This whole big epic story is done. Okay. I control 10 or 15. It's not a democracy. 10 minutes. See you at 7:05. Welcome back. Okay. Right. So some of you are missing, went for a break, have not come back. Ankita, sit down because I stand for the whole period. I don't sit and teach. So the break is for me that 15 minutes of sitting down. Be it weekend, be it evening, be it morning. I don't sit. Who is the first king who removed the power of the church? There's no answer to that question. You can ask me first country, that's a separate issue altogether. That would be basically England and Germany together, or German states. Red Indian, White Indian, sort of, they were called. Christopher Columbus thought that he reached India, but the people who he saw were a little bit too dark. So he said, no, Indian, but red Indian. This is the level of intellect the Europeans have at this point of time. So the genesis of the word red Indian is this only, that they're a little bit too darkish, so red Indian. That's it. We don't have to go into that. The history of America is of no purpose to us. They were looking for India because India was the island of the state of spices, the epicenter of all trade, calicos, spices, cotton, black pepper. You had to be in India at that point of time. You had to be in China for tea, for India for spices. What is the purpose of black pepper? What is the purpose of black pepper? Why were the Europeans so mad about black pepper? Good. If you add black pepper to meat, it becomes a very good preservative. That is why. So they are a meat-based diet, so preservation. Very good. Okay, so I think absconders are back. Just for the record, I know when you join and when you come back. In the chat itself, your joining time is known to me. So some do is that they join like 45 minutes late and then they will ask me to repeat. So I will not penalize the people who are on time. So do know that, and you should know this, that I do know when you come. So whenever you ask me a question, for example, repeat, and I see your name just 5-6 minutes before, so then I'm actually actively ignoring you. So you should know that. Okay. Like Akshay right now joined. Akshay Jadhav joined. Akshay, welcome. Good to see you again. Okay. Now our story started. With the concept of Renaissance, Reformation, the concept of scientific revolution. Somehow the backstory is done. Now, when you talk about no issues, no issues. Actually, I'm not saying anything to you. I'm just telling you. You don't have to remember anybody's name. I wrote it here. Do not remember. You are just an example for something I wanted to show. Yeah. Now, uh, when they started to go for what we call as age of discovery, you need to know a word. You need to know a word. See, in the last module, I'll teach you imperialism and colonialism. These are two very different words. But just to give you a very simple, straightforward definition, imperialism means you indirectly control. But the word which matters to us is colonize or colony. And the process of colonization or to process to colonize somebody is direct control over a foreign territory. It could be for any reason. It could be for economic exploitation. Mostly this was the case. It could be very simply to dominate that area politically, political domination. And a very important part of colonization is social change or social domination and change. So when I use this word colonize, colony, most probably it is a European state colonizing another territory. So very simply, the syllabus which is there is the story of colonialism. The story of modern, what we call as world history, is nothing but the story of colonialism. So our starting point is this only, that when the world is discovered, the new world is discovered, it leads to a major spree, a major rush for the European countries, and specifically two very important countries, which is Spain and Portugal. Spain and Portugal at this point of time had a lot of money, and they were the ones who wanted to look for newer countries. And what happens is that in this process, see, this whole sector gets colonized by the Portuguese. The Portuguese have this very good or bad habit, whatever you want to call it. They become contented very quickly. They got Goa, they were very happy, never wanted to go inside. And once they got Brazil, they were like, bus, now my life is complete. I don't want to go anywhere else. And that is why the rest of South America was mostly dominated by the Spanish or Spain. You can't see that. Spain. In North America, it was a little bit more mixed. The Spanish controlled most of North America. But in the Canadian sector, which is modern day Canada, you had the French and the British somehow were sleeping throughout this whole process, and they reached and conquered this sector, which is called the British. Let me change the color. You will think that it is Portugal. 1 second. The British took this sector, and this is called the British American colonies. These are called British American colonies or British America. Now, very simply and very straightforward, understand this point. I don't care about French Canada or French colonies. I don't care about Spain, and I don't care about Portuguese. The story of American Revolution is so big because it is a British American colony. Hereafter, you will actually, or we will actually, concentrate only on the blue zone. American Revolution only happened in the blue zone, Nowhere else. All history is Eurocentric and all European history is British centric because they wrote most of it. And therefore, the blue part is where we are going to concentrate. This blue part is basically the initially the 9 and then the 13 colonies. They were initially 9 and then 13 colonies of America, of Britain. So this is what we call as the British Americas. This is British America. And our story is going to concentrate here. But a million dollar question would be, why did Portuguese, the Spanish, or the French or British go for colonization? Can anybody tell me why? Why were they spending so much money, so much time? 3 to 4 years it used to take. Why are we talking about small area rather than Spain? Because American Revolution never happened in Spain. And we have to discuss American Revolution. UPSC says American Revolution, I will do American Revolution. Very good, Manisha. Very, very good. Why number? India was always a single colony. India was just a single colony because it was conquered in a systematic way. These are no, I'll tell you why there's 9 different ones. Very good. Manisha has given the answer. God, glory, gold. The 3 G's. The 3 G's. What is God, glory, gold? See, ironically, the most amount of money which was pushed by an organization to the Spanish and Portuguese kings for sending more and more travelers was actually the church. See, the church was losing ground here. And these hypocritical individuals who argued that there was nothing across the Atlantic, as soon as they got to know that there's a new world across the Atlantic, the church started to pump money into the Portuguese and Spanish sector. And this whole new area was a canvas for the Catholic Church to find new recruits or to convert people. So in Portugal, and that is why in Brazil and most of Latin America, they are Christians. Because when the travelers reached, one Jesuit was always with them. A Jesuit is a Catholic Christian missionary or converter. Can you name one Jesuit which you already should know if you've done modern India? You already know his name. One Jesuit who came to India. Very good. Francois Xavier. Francois Xavier was a Jesuit. Same like Francois Xavier, throughout this whole sector, different Jesuits were sent. And they used to give 2 options to these people. Either accept the Bible or accept the sword. Get killed or take the name of the Lord and Savior. And that is why there was a systematic conversion of whole of South America. So that is your God. Then glory. Glory, which is they have their pagan religions, which is that they have their own tribal religions which are there. They all are converted to Christianity. Glory. The Spanish king, I have a kingdom in the new world. I have a kingdom in the parts of Latin America which are not known. So for the king, it is about glory. And that is why you will realize that the British actually named most of these colonies the new of something. So there is a county in in England, which is called York, Yorkshire, York. So what did they name in America? New York. There's a county, Jersey. So New Jersey. If they had no name to write, Newfoundland. So they named these areas like a new thing of something already there. So there was something called New England. You would have heard it if you watched the NFL, New England Patriots. New England. England was there, New England. So the names of these colonies were actually named after the areas which already existed in England. Now, for the purpose of this discussion, God, glory, gold. Obviously, Brazil and this whole sector has a lot of gold. That is why, yes, New Zealand. New Zealand is a colony for the British, New Zealand. So, the point of the matter is that, yes, South America has a lot of gold and silver. We understand this point also very easily. Yes, there's a lot of resources. But in this lottery of colonies, when it came to the English, they were the unlucky ones. Now, if we understand the geography, if you understand the context, I want to move away from the larger picture and go to the specific picture of Britain. Can I do that? I want to move away a little bit now, more towards Britain and now British colonies. Yes, it's now logically making sense how I've structured the lecture, tell you why or how they found it, talk about the larger picture, and then go into the specific. And now specifically going into the 9 or 13 colonies of England. Now please pay attention. Now, when it came to finding areas, England was mostly sleeping. And the reason was that most of these colonies were found by private merchants. England was never very keen to fund private merchants. You know that because of East India Company story also. Britain was not the first country to come to India. Portuguese, then the Dutch, then the Danes, and then the Dutch, and thereafter the English. They were the third country. And here they were again third or fourth. But India was much more invaluable. They were much more patient. The Portuguese were dumb. The Dutch got involved in Indonesia. So therefore, here they got the worst area. Because whilst Canada is very cold, Brazil has a lot of gold and silver. Whole of the Spanish sector is very, very barren or very, very resource rich. The problem with this area is it has two major problems. There are two major problems. First, I'll just name these for you: Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, thereafter Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, and Connecticut. And you have Plymouth, the initial, very important. You just have to remember one city here, Boston, which is very, very important for you, which is part of the Massachusetts sector, which is still today a very important part of it. Now, the problem with this sector is very straightforward. Once you go above Pennsylvania, it becomes too cold. It becomes, don't have to remember their names. Do not have to remember their names. Don't care about their names. America. Now, if you go north of it, it becomes extremely cold. And England is already cold. England is in torrid zone or temperate zone? England is in torrid zone or temperate zone? It is in the temperate zone, not in the torrid zone. Temperate. It has a cold temperature. It has a cold temperature. Now the problem is that above Pennsylvania, it is useless. Below Pennsylvania, there are two issues. First is that it is not very fertile, and the British Americans or the Britishers who reached America were on the verge of dying only they were saved by the fact that the Red Indians taught them how to grow corn. And that is why Americans love their corn. But the other problem is that they naturally can't go across this whole sector. The reason would be what? There's a mountain range here. What is the name of that mountain range? The Appalachians. Very good. The Rockies and the Appalachians. In a way, Red Indians were the original inhabitants of America, later exterminated and killed by all the Britishers and the people who colonized. So the Appalachian Mountain and the Rocky Mountains don't allow them to go across. So prima facie, these colonies are economically unviable on their own and have no resource value. No resource value. But what they have is Virginia and Georgia, this whole sector. They fall into torrid zone, have warmer temperatures, something which England doesn't have. Something which England doesn't have. So now I have somehow developed a colony through this sector. But these colonies are useless. So now I have two options. As a British, I have two options. Let these people die as it is. The people who crossed over were mostly Protestant because they were trying to run away from the persecution which the Catholic Church was doing. But the problem is the population which is traveling is also very heavy, because during this period of 14th, 15th century, the population of Europe starts to increase. And there's a lot of glory for the king to have a lot of territories. So with the population of Europe going up, there's a lot of population pressure here. And people had no other option but to travel to different parts of North America, South America, for three basic things. They wanted to evade religious persecution, or they wanted better economic opportunities, or generally they wanted a new start. That is, in Europe you're a beggar, maybe in the New World you will be something else. Now the point is very straightforward. The English can't let these colonies die because the population is substantially good. So now England needs to find a way to make these colonies economically viable. Because what is the purpose of a colony? What is the purpose of a colony? The primary purpose of a colony is what? Is to loot money, economic or resource exploitation. So England can't get anything out of it in resources. So now they need to make this whole sector viable. Now, just to come to this point in the PPT, I'll just read the same thing out of the PPT itself for you. We started our discussion with regards to this. Everything is written in the PPT also, but in straightforward concept. 12th October 1492, Columbus will reach Bahamas. 1493, colonization of the New World will begin. Spanish took with the Portuguese a lot of interest in conquest and in exploration. And royal patronage will be given to explorers and merchants. Very good. Now, what was the reason for colonization and expansion? For the state, it was national glory. Bullion means gold and silver. Conversion and Catholicism. And that is why the Spanish and the Portuguese got a lot of push. English merchants took up a little bit of incentive, but the state did not. For the people, it was religious persecution. The fact that the population rose by 10 lakh, 1 million is 10 lakh, by 10 lakh within 50 years, and more economic opportunities could be there in the new world. Now, as I said, the problem is that there is so much immigration between 1607 to 1700, 1,80,000, which is a big number at this point of time, will go to Ireland. But once Ireland will start to become saturated, next set of 1,20,000 will go to Virginia and Maryland. And by the time we come to the late period, even Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York will also start to get people. So the point is, I can't let these people starve to death. So then how do I make this whole sector viable? Get the point, get the question, and get the discussion. If you do, then I will take the story forward. Yes? Okay. Now, the process through which America, and this is only British America, obviously, British America was made economically relevant to the British. To the British. A lot of you did not say anything. I want an assertion, yes or no. Religious persecution means that you are being arrested for being a Protestant. Yes, okay. See, now, England, which is this country, England how is immigration different from emigration? E1 means outwards, I1 means inward. Outward migration, E, inward means immigration. Okay. Now, England, Vaishna, wants certain commodities. It wants tobacco, a lot of demand in England for that. They want cotton, which is coming from India, very expensive. They want rubber. They also want fur, very cold country. They also want some amount of tea. Now, the point is, except for fur, what is common to tobacco, cotton, rubber, and tea? What is common to these three? Even rice. They all are very good. That they are very simply torrid crops, which is that they need sunlight. They are warm crops. Then you need rainfall, you need fertility, and you need torrid zone for it. So this is in demand. They're called tropical crops, as they're called. Tropical crops. This is in demand in England. And for the English, this sector can produce the commodities which are in demand in England because they have the right temperature. Fur is nothing but a bare fur cloth, heavy furish cloth. Why were these in demand? Fashionable, to smoke a cigarette. Rice, obviously, people will want. Cotton, because of the what we'll discuss, industrial revolution was coming, so cotton they wanted. These are commercial cash crops basically. Rubber is needed again in the industries. So the problem England has, solution America has. But there's a problem with regards to these crops. If I remove fur out of it, there's one more thing common between tobacco, cotton, rubber, tea, and rice. Some of you have already written it. When it comes to their production, they are plantation crops or labor intensive. Labor intensive, meaning needs a lot of labor. Now, though land is abundant, there's a problem in America. You have land, but what do they don't have? See, if I tell you, come with me to a new land, you are a beggar in the old world. Would you want to be a beggar in the new world also? I was not a landowner. I was a labor in the old world. So why would I want to work on 100 acres of land to produce rice? See, 1.2 lakh people went to America. But in British America, there is acres and acres of land, nobody to cultivate it. If 5 people have 100 acres, how will you cultivate? That is why in America, the land holding is very big, very, very big. 300 acres, 3 people. There was a policy, if you will go through American history, that on arrival, everybody got 10 acres. Imagine that I have been given an area equal to a football stadium, and one man has to now cultivate all of that. And why will I cultivate? I was a bhikhari. I don't want to be again the labor. Why will I do labor? I evaded that life. I risked my life 3 months on the sea, did not eat anything. Somehow reached by giving up everything in Europe, and now you are asking me to take a plow and plow the land. Why will I do it? Why will I do it? So the British Americans will not work. As it is, too much land, too less labor. So now the English need to find a solution. They have land, they have the temperature, but they don't have labor. So the English one day, whilst trying to go to India, reached this sector. Western Sahara, Western Africa. And they saw a very interesting thing here. Here, tribal conflict was very, very high. Tribal conflict was very, very high. And there was a tradition that, for example, if the Zulu tribe is fighting with the Ashanti, and if the Zulu tribe wins, the whole Ashanti tribe was made into a prisoner of war. Was made. Why did the rich British not took up plantation in America as in case of India? Gagan, in India also they never produced anything. Flawed understanding of modern India. The Britishers never produced anything in India except for tea plantations, in which even the labor was Indian. Nij Rayati, if you would know, only 5% of all indigo was produced under Nij. Everything was Rayati. Our peasants were forced to produce what the British wanted. Forced commercialization. Separate issue altogether. Now, very simply, tribal conflict where Zulu win over Ashanti, they used to take 50,000 people as POW. And there is no pan-African identity that you are African, I'm African, African. Yes, we are all black men together. No, there's no identity like that. So the Britishers got a Eureka moment. Actually, it was not the Britishers, but the Portuguese first. What the Britishers used to do, they used to go to the king and they used to say, take guns from us, takes luxury items from us, take a lot of gold from us, and these people, useless for you, what will you do with them? Sell black African men and women to us. Take guns. This will allow you to win more. The more you will win, the more you will sell to us. Initially, it started like that, and thereafter they started their own enterprises. And these men and women were now the slaves who were going to be transported to America and to the Caribbean islands, which is slaves were being taken to the Caribbean islands and to the American sector. These slaves will solve the labor issue, and by doing it, they will now send the rubber, rice, tobacco, and commodities to England. This is called the famous triangular trade between America, England, and Africa. Now, slavery has existed across the world in different forms. We had the Dasa-Dasi tradition. The Romans and the Greeks had slavery. But this is called black slavery. And this is the worst form of slavery there can be. Literally, the exact definition of slavery is chattel slavery. In the sense, chattel means property. When these white men, Britishers, Portuguese, Spanish, used to literally buy these Africans, they used to treat them as property. Like I own this bottle and I own this remote and I own this remote and my phone, I can do anything by my slave, anything with my slave. I can buy a slave and shoot that slave. Nobody will say anything. Because what I'm doing with my property is my thing. And the concentration of this slavery was in mostly in the southern sector where there was a need for agriculture. And two very big commodities will emerge. One is cotton and the other one is rice. These are the two biggest commodities which will be produced. This is how British Americans got certain amount of trade. So now they are happy here. And England got what it wanted from America. So they've made it economically relevant also. And the ones who are suffering basically are the African slaves. This is the triangular trade which made British America relevant. Anybody has any issue here? Because there's one more part to the story which I need to tell you. Clear? This is not difficult. It's logical, straightforward, nothing difficult that way. Okay. Now, the English, which two are most relevant? Cotton and rice. Now, the English are not that innocent. They want revenue also. They want revenue also. So the way to make this whole triangular trade profitable The British introduced what are called navigation laws, which regulated the triangular trade. Before I start triangular trade, I need to know that you are following what is happening. I told you how colonization happened. Now I told you how Britain made it relevant. Now I'm telling you how British generated a little bit of revenue out of this whole process. Triangular trade is a natural process, is to make this sector in a way profitable or relevant to the British, because you don't colonize for sake purpose, you colonize for economic exploitation. Now they have found an economically viable model. Now I'm telling you how they were generating revenue. Can I go ahead? You have to be a little bit more, your energy is going down, I can see it, but have to be involved. Come on. Not making sense, tell me. Don't sit there like I'm teaching ISRO's Chandrayaan 3 how the engine works. It's not that difficult. So I will repeat. Don't worry about that. Okay. Now, sir, in between these, how the British bought African slaves? They took money, went to Africa, bought the slaves, took them to America, took the commodities, went back to England. Okay. But, well, Pratyaksh, you should know how does a Vikas engine work. Hydrogen, oxygen burnt very quickly. That much, obviously, you need to know. They will not ask you what is the automated landing system used, sensors, obviously. Okay. Now, okay. Now, in this whole story, why didn't they use Native Americans as labor? Monica, they would not work for them, firstly. Secondly, there was conflict. So the Britishers shot all of them. They shot most of them. Most of them exterminated. Yes, Shruti. Yes, Shruti. Why Africans are slave center? Because this is the only part of the world where people were in a way capturing other people and were ready to sell them. An Indian would not do it, an European would not do it, but African tribes have this understanding. That's the only point. Laya, what type of question will come from the discussion we are having right now? No question. Question will come from what is American Revolution. But I have to teach you what is the way American Revolution starts. It can't be that simple, right? So I have to still teach you something. Okay. I told you it's alien to you. That is why it's not difficult. It's interesting. Okay. Now, everybody's queries done, and the problems. Why are we doing it? Why did I choose UPSC? Who told me to do it? All these questions done. Okay. Now, navigation laws. The British were very smart. See, this is the rest of the world. This is the rest of the world. This is England. So I'll make this rest of the world a little bit far away. ROW, rest of the world. This is England. And this is British America. British America. Now, the British did one thing, which is that the British banned production of commodities which were made in Britain. So for example, there is something called the Wool Act, the Iron Act, the Hat Act, wherein no iron could be produced in England. Everything needed to be imported from England. No iron could be produced in British America. Everything needed to be imported from England. Every hat which they used to wear used to be imported. Cannot produce hats. You will be thrown into jail. And you cannot produce wool, three commodities which were produced in large quantities in England. So they are saving their domestic market, and also they are saving their domestic industries and giving them a market in British America. So, for example, wool, hats, and iron can only be imported. Something which they did in India also. But now, for example, I produce rice and rubber. And a French merchant approaches me. A French merchant approaches me and says to me, an English will give you 1 pound per kg, but I'll give you 5 pounds per kg. So if I'm a British American here, who would I like to sell to? An English or a French? A French. Very good. So the easiest way would be to have a direct trade with the rest of the world, which is that I take rice and I give it to the French. Now, British wine is very bad tasting. Nobody wants it. Try to understand. I am getting a better deal by selling to the French, or example, French or German, whatever it may be. I'm getting a better deal. I'm a trader. I will give it to the person who gives me more. There is no demand for English wine. English wine as it is useless. But French wine is very good. So what would I do? I'll buy wine and I'll bring it back to America. Easy. I should have direct trade with rest of the world. I should have it. Should I have it as a form of economic transaction? I should have this right to give rice to a French and buy wine from him. Economic fair practice? Yes or no? Yes? Anushika, I'll give you a very simple example. India, I will involve, you will understand. China and England. China produces very good rice. They have very good wine. So in a no controlled environment, England should give wine to the Chinese and rice to the English. No, this is not rocket science. Trade between two countries. I'm just writing rest of the world in the sense everyone else other than England. This is what I've written here. British America should have the right to sell to the rest of the world and buy from the rest of the world. Sell and buy from rest of the world. It's not barter. It is based on money. But it's an economic logic, right? You want to sell to somebody and take somebody. Is this not making sense to you? Economics already you've done. This is how economic transactions happen, right? I want something, you have something which I want. So we import export. The British said no. The British, under the First Navigation Act, very simply said, no direct trade between British America and rest of the world can happen. They said this is literally prohibited. This is literally prohibited. Rather, the English said, if you want to sell to the French, you first bring it to England, then deload it, then reload it, and send it to the rest of the world. If you want French wine, take it from the French, bring it to England, and then take it to America. Very simply, the British America cannot trade with the world directly. It can only trade, British American can only trade with Britain and then the rest of the world. There has to be a mediator in this whole system, which is England. No direct contact was allowed. Only England can be the mediator for the rest of the world and British America. Obviously. Straightforward. You have also done it in your life. You have also done it in your life. You have, when you're playing cricket, you have the bat. You supply the bat. So if you get out, you say, give me the bat, I will take with me. So England, what did they say? They said that we developed British America. So I will not let anybody have exclusive access to British America. You have to come to me first, and then you can take from British America. But why? The reason is that here, here, and here, at all points, they are taking import and export duty. Import and export duty. This is where the revenue is getting generated. There is the concept. There's the concept that if I have British America, if I have England, and if I have rest of the world, this contact is not allowed. Because in this transaction, in a transaction, does the English gain anything? Does the English gain anything in this transaction? No. So what they did was they said, see, give it to us, we'll give it to the rest of the world. Rest of the world, give it to us, we'll give it to the Americans. This way, at this point, import and export duty. At this point, import export. At this point, import export. So at 3 different points, import and export duty is being taken. So very simply, I gave you a question. How does the triangular trade generate revenue for the England? English take manufactured items to Africa. From Africa, they take slaves to the different parts of America. From there, they take the commodities to England. But what they have done is that America cannot trade with Europe directly. There is no direct trade which is allowed between the rest of the world and the Americans. No direct import export can happen. Only going to England is the option, therefore generating revenue here, and revenue here. Sir, but if they take import duty for goods from British America to Britain, it will increase the price. Gagan, nobody cares about the price right now. It's not modern capitalistic economy that they will protest against it. The British Americans are glad that they're part of the British trade ecosystem. And doesn't really matter. Is it an unjust system? Obviously. Keep your modern notions aside right now. It's an unjust system, but it is a just system for the British. But very simply, if I am creating a resource, and everyone else starts to take that resource, what do I gain out of it? So rather, I am mediating that resource so that I can gain anything out of it. So England wants to generate revenue because British America has been made relevant because of that, because of them only. That is the basic point. See, if there is no Britain, there is no trade. This trade only exists because of England. So if we were a Britisher, in a Britisher's mind, is this system just? Is this system just in a Britisher's mind? Ekdam? Yes, fully. In a Britisher's mind, it is fully justified. It's a commission. Now, they had one more rule. A very interesting one. That is the last of Navigation Acts. The rule was that between these 2 points, Britain and British America, all ships had to be owned by a Britisher. All ships had to be owned by a Britisher. So if I bring all these things together, British America, England, rest of the world, any ship going here or any ship coming back here has to be British owned. What does this do? British owned ship, meaning anybody could be using it, but the name on the ship should be a Britisher's name. Britisher's name mean a person who is residing in England. What does this do? Very good. This makes sure that shipbuilding in England remains relevant and they have a monopoly over it. And if I go to British America and I sit as an entrepreneur and my entrepreneurship is to develop ships, will I have any sales? If my business in British America is to build a ship, will I ever have any sales? No, because if that ship is owned by a British American, it cannot ply between Britain and England, Britain and British America. Literally think of it like this, that the government of India says today that to go to your, that between A and B, from your house to work, the only car you can use has to be registered in the name of the government of India. Or for example, India goes to Africa, goes to Nigeria, and the Nigerian government says that every car which goes from A to B has to be in the name of Tata. Then will a indigenous manufacturer in Nigeria survive? So this is the first thing. Second thing was, no trade between these two are allowed, be it import or export, no direct contact. And on the other hand, you take it here, you take it here, you take it here, you bring back here. Import export duty is what is generated. Now do the navigation. Now does it actually make sense how much the British had to do to make this whole area relevant? Developing the colonies. I told you how it got integrated into the world system. And now I've told you how British are exploiting England, exploiting America. This is the base. And now I need to discuss something with you. But to understand that, you need to be clear about all of these things. All of this is just background. I'm just creating context for you. I could have easily said that the British attitudes are dominated by this. I'm not doing that. I'm taking my time to create a base for you. No direct free duties can also be concerned by British then. One point. Yes, the rice from America is expensive. No one cares. Please understand this point. You are applying modern day notions of economic logic. Import export duty means there is countervailing duties, means GST will be more, which means that the rice will go for more money. No one cares. People will still buy America as it is England. It is cheaper still than an Indian rice, because at least England is producing it just across the Atlantic. Don't try to find economic logic in this, because it is a controlled mercantilist system. You are talking about, Abhijit, a capitalist free market laissez-faire politics. If I actually start to go into that, it will become very difficult. This is not a laissez-faire free trade movement, what Adam Smith has pushed into you somehow. This is a mercantilist system in which the state controls trade. But at this point, can British American directly buy slaves from Africa? No, that is also not done. They have to buy it from an English vendor. You tell me, if I have created notes for UPSC, put in 6 months into it, then why would I freely give it to anybody? I will make sure that you take it from me and only me, so that something is generated. So they first colonized America, then started generating revenue for the same meeting for agricultural demands. Yes. Understand this point. Yet Britishers are people who will not give you 1 degree of fever if they don't have any interest with you. If you've not done modern India, understand this point. They will not even share poison with you if they have nothing to do with you. So imagine you think that a Britisher will integrate America into the world system, bring slaves, generate rice, and then say, ha, lelo, you take it. No, obviously. They will make sure that they generate something out of it, right? Try to understand, think like a Britisher. We do that. We think like a Britisher when it comes to communal issues, divide and rule. So why can't you think like a Britisher when it comes to economic logic? I'm trying to make you think like a Britisher. Is this making sense? Because I want to introduce something to you before we break for today. I'm actually going extremely slow. I can actually go quicker. I'm going slow, but I will pick it up. So don't worry. This is not the pace I go at. I'll pick it up because I'm introducing this topic to you. That is, I'm slow. Okay. Yes, that's a good point. England started exploiting its own people. Britisher ka na hua. A son will never be of a father. Never trust a Britisher. Yes, it's a very good way of saying it. England is an English is exploiting an English in America because he's in America. That's a very good way of putting it. The people who are getting exploited here are Britishers. Sab gore hain. Everybody is white. Everybody. And that is why you will see that when it will actually come to the decolonization process, it is going to be very, very straightforward. Can I introduce the concept to you now? Okay, perfect. Now, okay. Now, let's take it that in 1755, you and me reached British America. Let's keep it 50 years before. 1700. Britishers exploiting Britishers because they are in America rather than England. Is this overall meaning? Yes, this is the overall meaning. They don't even breathe without their profit. Yes, very good. So white supremacy theory was only Indian subcontinent. Yes, Abhijit. White man's burden was only on brown man that ways. This should not come as a surprise to you. And they are hypocrites. Obviously, they are hypocrites. The biggest hypocrites of the world. By the time we will come to by the end of this course, I will call them hypocrites. I will show their hypocrisy. Don't worry. These people just were right time, right place colonization. We were too divided. If you go by the intellect of a European and an American, they are literally dumb. Dumbest people in the world. Dumbest people. Americans are the dumbest people in the world. To be very blunt. Go to Florida and all. They have the biggest issues. They can't allow their women to control their own reproductive capacity. Abortion is such a big issue. Pro-life, this life, that life. Don't expect too much from an American. Never had a female head of state also. That is their patriarchy, misogyny. So Americans are actually hypocrites. But the biggest hypocrite is nothing but right now ruled by an Indian, Rishi Sunak. Okay. I go to 1700 England, and I ask a British American attitudes, and I go to Britain. And an English person. The difference is of location. This one is in America, that one is in England. Now you were curious. So you took your microphone and you asked the British American, how do you feel about the British? How do you feel about the British? So the British Americans say they still believe that they are Britishers and Europeans. They don't mind the exploitation of their merchants as the British made them part of larger British Empire trade via triangular trade. Triangular trade. So if I asked a Britisher, if I asked a British American, he said, no, I am a Britisher. They take a little bit, but he's the one who gave me employment. So very simply, in a way, I don't mind the exploitation. And remember one thing, all these taxes, all taxes till this point apply only on merchants, because if you are an import exporter, then only you will pay a tax. Nah, straightforward, they will only pay a tax. So a small percentage of the population is paying a tax, but they are happy that, oh mighty Britisher, you have made me part of your empire. Anybody has any issue in the British American attitude? No? Very good. Now I ask a Britisher. What do you think of America? Now their attitude is very straightforward. We have invested not a lot in America infrastructurally or in making them relevant. Whatever revenue comes, we are happy. As it is after 1755, 57 and 1765, India will come to it. India will come to them. So whatever comes to the Britisher is prasadam. Jo mil jaye. Zyada nahi manga. Don't want too much. We just integrated them into the trade. We take slaves, give it to them. They give us commodities. Everything is a bonus. Everything is a bonus. Perfect. The relationship between the British and the British American right now is a very interesting relationship with certain types. Not a lot in the sense, see, from India, close to 1 million pounds was generated. They will get how much? 10,000, 50,000, 1 lakh pounds. This is the one you will get from trade. So it's not a lot. And they have also invested not a lot. They've just randomly just integrated them into the trade. It's not that Britain had to make railways in India. A lot of investment went into making railways in India. That is why they were not ready to leave India very quickly. But England, the relationship is a very straightforward. You will be able to connect with it. So I'm a parent. I sent my child, and this is not in a way to disrespect anybody that ways, but I sent my child to do a BA honors, for example. Delhi University fees is 11,000, 12,000, 18,000 a year. Total investment in the honors would be 1 lakh maximum, 1.5 lakhs. Now, if after investing 1.5 lakh rupees, I don't get a job, so will my parents actually mind it? No. They'll be like, investment is nil or near zero. So if I get a 30,000, 20,000 job, anything which comes out of that degree is bonus. It could be true for engineering, it could be true for commerce, it could be true for any BTech, BA honors, BTech //. So Britain right now is that parent. Put nothing at all. Pushed nothing at all. So if I'm not investing too much, if the return is less, I'll be happy. I should be happy. I gave 35 hours to world history. One question came in the examination. Win-win situation. 35 hours, one question, 10 marks. Happy family. So very simply, this is the situation in 1700. Now, can you hold on to this for 24, not 24 hours, but 48 hours? Can you hold on to this thought? that the Britain, because I don't want a Gajni moment on Wednesday. What British, which British, what British America, what America. No, this should not happen. Revise before you come to class on Wednesday. I expect that from you. But before I do that, I'll summarize everything. Tomorrow is a holiday. I'll summarize what I've done till this point. I'll summarize everything. I started with telling you, why would people not cross the Atlantic before 1492? And how they were able to cross after 1492. For that to happen, you basically need to have 4 to 5 very important concepts: Renaissance, Reformation, the scientific revolution and modern sciences, that allows the church's monopoly to go away. With that gone, very simply, they were able to now go for age of discovery. In that age of discovery, that in turn leads to the discovery of America, and our story shifts towards British America. With British America, we thereafter very simply went to make sure that how did it made it economically viable. Economic viability was linked to a very standard integration into what we call as triangular trade, and from that economic viability they generated certain revenue, which is going to be because of the Navigation Acts. And with the Navigation Acts, they were able to generate a certain amount of revenue. Now I assessed in 1700 what is the attitude of the British and the British American. British American is happy to be part of the larger British Empire, and the Britisher is happy to get whatever he can because the investment was nil or really low. Therefore, the in return is justifiable. Can you just remember this basic thing which I've discussed? I could have gone very quick, but I've actually created this. All taxes up till this point. Anandu, that means that through the Navigation Acts only apply to merchants. So all taxes only apply to merchants. When a merchant gives GST, it does not matter to you. So very simply, people are not taxed, only the merchants are. Navigation Acts are 3 basic acts. All ships should be Indian. All ships should be British owned. No direct trade can be there between the 2 major, what we call as rest of the world and the British America. And all trade needs to happen as England as the node or as the transition point. Was the colony made more effective with the introduction of slaves? Yes, that is how they made it relevant. Whatever I've taught in the past 3.5 hours, close to 3.5 hours, is it making sense? Britishers were present in America, so they could also trade from America. Britishers are present in America, so they are called British Americans. They will obviously not travel to England for everything. They need to come. They need to have their own viable economy. What about the tribal Americans? They were killed, Bimal. All of them. The Red Indian population today in America is 0.05%. They used to be 100% of America. They were exterminated. Sir, till 1700, Americans expanded only till Appalachians. Yes, Rahul. Colony and colonization, once again. Colony means colonization creates a colony, direct control of foreign territory. Nishant, everything is written in the PPT also. You can see it here. The triangular trade is shown here. I have written it down. Glory, destination. The real thing, actually, the causes are not even discussed till this point. I don't want to introduce it to you today. Everything I've written, my handwriting. In my handwriting, I've written it. Right? This all we have to discuss when we come back on Wednesday. Why don't England trade with the rest of the world? The English trade with the rest of the world, but anything coming from British America has to go from the American sector, has to go from England. See, I'll take up the questions first. For the students who are clear, I hope that's the majority. Thank you. I hope this is working for you. I will not make you wait. You can go now. Tomorrow is a holiday. I will see you on Wednesday. Please do revise or watch the recording again. We will discuss the causes of the American war or the American Revolution, which is the real question which is going to come in the examination. Why was the American Revolution there? What were the reasons for it? For all of that, this context was important. This class was about creating a context, setting a tone. And I hope the tone of the class is correct. The pace of the class is correct. It is making sense. It will come to you. The more we will go forward, it will come to you. Right? So, thank you. Have a very good Ganesh Chaturthi. Rest, enjoy. Truly your off day tomorrow. I will see you on Wednesday, same time, 5 o'clock. So, don't have to complicate it. Right. Thank you. Take care. If now the students who have doubts, yes. Sir, but all these merchants are Britishers only. No, they are British American. There's a difference between the two. Where are you placed? For today's class, which chapter should we read? Jared, nothing, just go to the PPT ones. Go through the annotated PPT ones. Who are Red Indians? The original inhabitants of America. Or the ships can only owned by Britishers who stayed in Britain. Or the ships can be only owned. Britisher owned, operated by anybody, doesn't matter. Year of Navigation Act 1650-51 doesn't really matter. Before colonial rule, who ruled America? It was not ruled by anybody. It was a conglomeration of different smaller tribes, Aztecs, Inca, Mayans, all killed, which are called what we call today as the concept of Red Indians. Okay. Rahul, I have not taught you anything. How can I give you a mains practice question? I will give it to you. Don't worry. Tomorrow, 2 I will give. I'll make up for today. Okay. Mohammed, please ensure annotated PPTs are uploaded next day. It affects the cycle. Mohammed, it is a totally automated concept. As soon as I will stop this stream, it will automatically generate it. It can take 5 minutes. It can take 2 hours. It can take 3 hours. Not in our hands. Fully automated system. So it's we are not doing it on purpose. It varies. It comes within 1.5 hours. Canadians, Americans are genetically the same. Yes, all are Europeans. Red Indians allowed to trade. They were short. Why will they be allowed to trade? All Americans are descendants of Europeans. Yes, yes, yes. 7 years important, Ragini. That is what I need to teach you tomorrow on Wednesday. Abhishek.mishra@Abhishek.mishra19 @byju's.com. Perfect. Thank you, Aniket. Great. Actually, Americans, yes, European, yes, all Americans except for African Americans are descendants of Europeans. Years of Navigation Act 1650, 1651. Years don't matter to you. Labor, they came from England? No, the laborers came from Africa, slaves. Boston Tea Party, Monica, Wednesday, patience. Now Red Indians present in USA? Yes, a very, very small population. Done? Yes? Great. I'll try to take questions like this in the end. Don't worry. It will come to you. Little bit more context and it will come to you. Great layup, perfect. Maximum people sent to America were criminals. No, that is not the story of America. That's the story of Australia. Okay. Thank you. Take care. See you on Wednesday. And as I said, please do revise before you come. And American Revolution has not started only. I have only created context today, and we will make this up as we go on. I should have completed American Revolution today, but I didn't. I went slow. It will take 1.5 hours on Wednesday. Thereafter, we'll go to France, French Revolution. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.